The Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Berger, Billinger, Boyer, Bowers, Braun, Denning, Dahl, Estes, Faust Godot, Francisco, Givens, Goddard, Haley, Hardy, Hawk, Hensley, Hildebrand, Holland, Kirshen, Longbein, Lynn, Masterson, McGinn, Miller, Olson, Peterson, Petty, Pilcher Cook, Pyle, Rucker, Skubal, Sullentrop, Sykes, Taylor, Tyson, Wagle, Ware, Wilborn.
Senators and their guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. God of heaven, full of wisdom and all truth, I want to thank you for being so faithful, so consistent, and trustworthy. We can truly depend on you when the reliability of others will tend to fall short. Your precious promises are amen and amen. The words that come from you serve as a bridge that will carry us over and above falsehood and transport us from doubt and uncertainty to a confident, dependable, unfailing optimism. For you mean what you say, and you say what you mean. Lord, keep us from the arrogance of believing that what we say will overrule. We hear the words that come from around us, but we need to hear the words that come from above us. Lord, by your spirit of love, keep us from turning a deaf ear when you give us the hard sayings. For you said in Psalm 66:18 and Proverbs 28:9 that if we close our ears and refuse to listen to you, you would close your ears and refuse to listen to us. So, Lord, speak, for we really are listening. My appeal to you is in the name of Christ Jesus. Amen and amen.
Please continue standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please note reference of bills on pages 1 and 2 of the calendar. On a point of personal privilege, the chair recognizes a senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to acknowledge my 2 pages there in front of you. Olivia Rose from Wichita, she's an artist, wave, and Jordan with the Girl Scouts, she's from Topeka, and Olivia's dad is up in the gallery with that cowboy hat on. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
On an additional point of personal privilege, the chair recognizes Senator from Ford, Senator Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Today, We have guests from Montezuma, from the students from some students from Holdeman Mennonite School with their parents are here today, traveling to view the Capitol and see how we work in the Senate. I think they went to the lower house first, maybe, but they'll get to see how we really do it here. So I would like for them to stand over here, if you would, from Montezuma, all the students and parents. Welcome. Glad to have you here today.
The chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The chair appoints a senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning. The Senate, having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under a heading of General Orders. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 16. The chair recognizes a senator from Miami, Senator Brumgarter, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 16 was amended in committee, and I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 16 addresses programs for at-risk students. And what Senate Bill 16 does is it requires that the Kansas Board of Education identify and approve at-risk programs and instruction for students that are needing those types of services. We do require that that the programs that they are going to identify be programs that have outcomes data that will address the needs of children that we know not necessarily are the kids that qualify for the free lunch, which is how we fund at-risk, but the kids that we know to be having attendance problems, lagging behind in academic progress, and potentially having low graduation rates. And what Senate Bill 16 does is it does actually identify several at-risk programs that have been used successfully in our state, our communities in our schools. It also adds the Jobs for America's Graduates Kansas, the JAG-K program, as well as the Boys and Girls Club. We felt that this bill was important because we knew that school districts were having difficulty identifying specifically what programs they could use for the at-risk kids with at-risk funding. We know that about 28% of students who don't qualify for the free or the reduced lunch are also academically at risk, and so we felt it was important that we codify for school districts to see these are specifically the types of programs that are helpful to these students, and also that it would charge the Kansas Board of Education to identify programs and instruction of students that would be utilized with the at-risk funding. I am ready to stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Are there questions for the senator from Miami? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Olitha Fascado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the senator from Miami.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So the programs that are listed in Senate Bill 16 for those students who qualify, and I'm looking at it now, the background of the bill, but is there any special provisions in there that would help those students, like transportation, after school activity bus, to be able to participate in those special programs?
Thank you,
Senator.
Madam Chair, for the question. That would be something that the school district would provide. And for the children to have access to those programs, they would be able to use that at-risk funding for that.
Thank you so much for the clarification.
Are there other questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, you may close. Oh, we're terribly sorry. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Hensley.
Thank you. I have an amendment that I'm having drafted to Senate Bill 16, so I'd ask that we pass over this bill.
Been a request to pass over the bill. No objections. Bill's passed over. We move on to Senate Bill 128, Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 128 has to do with the different types of emergency drills that we have in not only our public but also our private schools that are mandated by the state. Years ago, it was required to have a fire drill every month and tornado drills 3 times per school
Pardon me,
year.
Senator, could I have you make the motion to adopt the committee report?
I will. The committee report was amended, so I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You may proceed.
Now I will continue. Thank you, Madam Chair. So 3 years ago, schools were required to have 9 fire drills, 3 tornado drills, but no crisis drills. And in an effort to address the issue of no mandated crisis drills, last year, as a part of the proviso for our budget, we went a different direction, and it was to mandate 4 fire drills, 3 tornado drills, and 9 crisis drills. So I do feel a little bit like Goldilocks right now, because first we had too few, then we had too many. In fact, the number of emergency drills that were being executed by our school districts was 1 every 2 weeks, and it was felt that that was just way too much. We did have testimony from the fire marshal, from the Superintendent's Association, as well as Kansas Association of School Boards, and we feel we do have it just right, and that would be 4 fire drills per year, 2 tornado drills, and the tornado drills are specified to be in September and March, and then 3 crisis drills. And it was also discussed in committee that not all of the drills have to necessarily be executed where students are moving, but in fact, they can be planning drills that faculty members and administrators plan out how they will execute the drills. Also, it removes that mandate that the fire department and all emergency support for the community have to be there for the actual drills. There was a lot of confusion with that. So I'm ready to stand for question.
Are there questions for the senator from Miami? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to stand in support of this bill. I brought this forward to the committee, and I spoke to the bill in committee, and I appreciate that they have moved forward with it. It does maintain the essential skills required in a crisis, yet it ensures that our schools can maximize the instructional time provided for our students. Having a requirement of a drill every 11 days during a school year is very disruptive. It's also not only academically disruptive, but it can be very emotionally disruptive. And so I think that this is moving in the right direction. As the carrier of the bill said, hopefully this is just right. So I would encourage the body to vote favorably for Senate Bill 128.
Senator Butler, or Senator from Butler, or Senator Givens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And what is the number?
There's a lot of numbers there. SB 128 1164.
Thank you. Would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will read it and then explain it.
Okay, you go right ahead.
This amendment reads, the state fire marshal may grant an exemption pursuant to KSA 31-136 and amendments thereto that authorizes a variance for the number of manner of drills conducted pursuant to subsection A, 5, 8, or 12 for students receiving special education or related services. There are a number of school buildings in Kansas that are for special needs students. This would allow the administration to request a variance under current law. This only references that particular law, and it will allow a variance to be granted from the state fire marshal.
Are there questions for the senator from Butler? Senator from Miami, Senator Brumgart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like the body to know that I view this as a friendly amendment. In fact, it was to be introduced in committee, and we had another balloon amendment was introduced, and so this just didn't get included.
Any other questions for the senator? All right, seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Are there other questions for the senator from Miami, Senator Brumgart? Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the carrier bill, the senator from Miami.
Proceed.
A clarification. You've lowered the number of required drills, particularly the crisis drills, I think from 9 to 3, if I saw that correctly. Wanted to clarify that if a school district wanted to conduct more drills, particularly on the crisis drills, since those are a little more involved than some of the others, might the school district still do that?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely. The language of the bill does say that no fewer than.
Senator from Riley.
Thank you, and I appreciate that clarification. I want to add that in one of the meetings that our area legislators had with one of my school boards, I raised the question of were the number of these drills burdensome, and my district said no. They actually liked having the extra drills, and in fact they had invited several of us legislators and community people to be observers in one of the active shooter trainings that they had this summer. In fact, they conducted several of those, and I want to commend my district. I think this area of keeping our students safe, particularly as we had a very spirited debate last year about gun violence, I learned a lot watching that, and my district changes those drills up and feels that those are very instructive for our students, not to scare them, but to get them into the routine. So I would commend the chair of the Education Committee of her Goldilocks metaphor, but different districts may find out getting that porridge just right is going to be more than this, and I think it's good that that is left up to the local control and judgment of our local districts. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This came to us late last session by a group of superintendents, and I don't think it was well thought out. And so I want to thank the chair and others for introducing it and the committee for working on this bill. It's important, and but it needed more work. So I want to thank the chair for making it just right.
So, Senator from Labette, Senator Goddard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this bill. Every superintendent in my district was concerned about the number of drills that were being required. Additionally, during the off-session meeting of the Joint Committee on Kansas Security, this issue came up, and it was one of our recommendations that it be looked at during this legislative session. So I stand in support of the bill and appreciate the efforts of the chairman of the committee.
Are there any other questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the body for their comments. We do recognize that every school district is different and that they have different needs, but we do want to assure consistency that the 3 different types of drills are exercised in every school district for the benefit of not only the students, but for the employees. I do want the body to know that there was extensive conversation about drills and what are best practices, and we talked about having drills at a time that's not so convenient when it's lunchtime, when you have large bodies of kids in cafegimatoriums, and how to move them quickly when there is a potential emergency. So I do appreciate the good work of the committee as well as the kind words of the body. And I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 128 favorably.
For passage as amended.
As amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carried. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 97. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 97 is a bill that will allow rental companies with fleets of over 250 to electronically register their fleets and have a special license plate. What this is, you might recall last year we did digital license plates. In the license plate, you submit your registration and it may not catch up to you for 30 days. Well, in that 30 days, the rental cars may be several states away. So this does not change any of our fees that they pay. They still pay the excise tax and that, and I will stand for questions.
Are there questions from the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move in the committee rise and report Senate Bill 97 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 2001. To carry the bill, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kersham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's House Bill 2001, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the correction. House Bill 2001.
Okay, I'm on the right page now. Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2001 amends the Agriculture and Specialty Chemical Remediation Act. It was passed in 2000. It created the Remediation Reimbursement Program and the Remediation Fund. And what that fund does, it pays for chemical and fertilizer spills that have occurred across the state. The fund is funded by industry from the fertilizer and chemical industry, as well as grain warehousing with a fee on so much storage space. Currently, that fund has a threshold of $5 million at the peak, and what that means is that when the fund reaches that amount, the assessment comes off and there are no more assessments required. The bill changes that to $3 million threshold, so it looks like over time they haven't had to use all that money. There's no sense assessing fees if at a higher rate. So the cap is now $3 million, And on the other side, it kicks back in at 1.5 million. That was lowered to 1 million. So we've got a narrower range of money that was needed, and it addressed the fact that we had some overfunding possibilities, and they want to make sure that the fund was used adequately. Two other sources of funds are chemical license and fertilizer licenses, and that was a change too. The amount for commercial fertilizer went from $20 to $40. That was the increase. And on the chemical side, the license went from $60 to $30. And the rationale for that was there are a lot more nitrogen fertilizer spills that need to be cleaned up than chemical, and it was disproportionately being paid by chemical people, and they said, why don't we structure it so that the fees are to those who are causing them? So that's what the purpose of the bill was. One other item with the grain warehouse folks that have the grain storage, we're paying a 5 cents per 1,000 bushels of storage into this fee fund, and now we lowered that to 2.5 cents per 1,000 bushels of storage. This bill passed the House on a vote of 119 to 0, and with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rise and reports House Bill 2001 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carried. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 63. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, to explain the bill. Explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 63 is a bill that would allow our transportation network drivers, such as Uber and Lyft, to have the little display lights that they shine in the front of their cars, lay on their dash when they're working with the transportation network and they're logged in. Some of these areas have been writing tickets for these folks. Some of these cars, when they're in the entertainment district, it's been difficult for people to find the car. Of course, everybody still checks the license plate to make sure it's the correct one. This bill just allows our cities the opportunity to pass a bill that would allow these lights to be permissive. With that, I'd stand for question.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move when the committee rise and report, it reports Senate Bill 63 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 67. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Rucker, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate Bill 67 would establish the Unclaimed Life Insurance Benefit Act and would require insurance companies doing business in Kansas to compare their life insurance annuity policies, contracts, and retained asset accounts against the Social Security master death list on a semi-annual basis. It identifies and actually goes on to require a good faith effort on the part of the insurance companies to notify beneficiaries when they cannot be located and before the policies escheat to the state of Kansas. The service is provided at no cost, and according to testimony from a representative of the American Council of Life Insurers, 99% of valid life insurance claims are already paid out. This enactment would simply help find people who might otherwise be unaware that they're beneficiaries of life insurance policies and contracts and annuities and retained assets accounts. The committee was informed that this piece of legislation is a model bill endorsed by the National Council of Insurance Legislators, and versions of this bill have been passed previously in 29 other states. There are some costs associated with this bill that would accrue to the Kansas Insurance Commissioner's Office as provisions of enactment enforcement. However, at this time, given that the number of potential violations cannot be determined, neither can the fiscal cost of it. However, I have been in contact with the Kansas Insurance Commissioner's office, and currently they anticipate handling any potential costs with existing resources. There was no neutral or opposition testimony to the bill. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the ranking member in the committee, I concur. It's a good idea.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When the committee rises and reports, I move that it reports favorably Senate Bill 67 for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We now turn our attention to Senate Bill 15. The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Givens, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 15 adds bloodborne pathogens and specific cancers to the definition of service-connected for KP&F, that's Kansas Police and Fire, death and disability benefits. As it was amended in the committee, it adds bloodborne pathogens and specific cancers to the list of conditions that are considered service-connected or death and disability benefits. Senate Bill 15 will, covers specific cancers that are included in the definition of service-connected, including cancers of the brain, skin, digestive system, hematological systems, and genital systems. It also eliminates employer requirements for a baseline of medical tests of employees and added a reference for the Department of Health and Environment for the definition of bloodborne pathogens, so that if there is a bloodborne pathogen identified and accepted by the Department of Health and Environment, it would also be covered by the KP&F disability and death benefit. It is important to note that this only applies to KP&F members. It does not cover all police and fire members, because not all police and firemen are members of the KP&F retirement system. That is a determination made by the municipality. So there are a number of police and fire members that are covered by KPERS that this bill will not address. It is hoped that we bring a bill next year to address those concerns. And I am ready to stand for questions.
Are there questions from the senator from Butler? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Pardon me, Senator. I'm sorry, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill as well. Thank you.
Now, Senator from Butler, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 15 favorable for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 82. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This bill really has three things it does. Two of the things is cleanup from last year dealing with certification. of existence. It's just another term that banks or companies can use to give banks explanation of how their business operates, who they want to sign documents and that. Some have operating agreements, some use certification of existence. The second thing is dealing with voting rights in a savings and loan. You know, they're not shareholders. They actually have voting interests. They're a little different than banks where you'd have shareholders. So we tweaked the statute to change it to voting interests. That's just cleanup. And then the third thing is it's proof of mailing when bank would want to open a safety deposit box. They've changed it to where they could use electronic transactions. Also, if the notification on a shareholders meeting, they could notify that too through electronic transactions. I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 82 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 90. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate Bill 90 allows financial institutions such as banks and savings and loans to be able to take an entrepreneur tax credit beginning in tax year 2019. And it would be applied to the privilege tax that they currently pay now. And evidently, in 2004, when the statute was created, the privilege tax was in the language, and they were not able to, at that point, take the credits. And they've been our Kansas banks have been involved in these entrepreneurial tax credits since 2004, on the ground helping them. And it does, they could claim or the maximum amount of the credits that they could claim has been raised from 50 to 100,000. And for the state cap remains at $2 million. The bill was brought by the Kansas Bankers Association in coordination with Network Kansas. And Network Kansas wanted to just grab this real quick. Pardon me. Network Kansas actually, the way it works is a donor can donate money to the entrepreneurship fund. That money flows directly to the e-community partners who then distribute the funds. So it works a lot like the community service tax credit. Pretty simple, and that is what the bill does. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to stand in support. You know, this expands it to allow banks and savings and loans to be able to buy these credits. This will, you know, as you've heard me talk lately a lot about rural economic development. Normally the banks are the ones that are lending or are part of it, so it'd be great if the banks could buy part of the credits and invest in some of these rural communities. I think this will expand that to allow that to happen, so I encourage the body to support the bill. Thank you.
Any other questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have on this one, is this tax credit for rural and metropolitan areas?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn.
I believe it's for rural only, Madam Chair, but I'll double check. Madam Chair, I believe I've found the answer to the question. In the map supplied by Network Kansas e-communities, there are urban areas that receive these credits: Wichita, Leavenworth, Douglas, and I guess if we were considering those the urban areas, those would be the urban areas that would be able to receive the credits.
So,
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So all, basically, are there any restrictions from any county or any area that cannot use these credits?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn.
I don't believe so, because the e-communities actually will create a loan for whatever business in their community applies for these credits. So it would be statewide and there are no restrictions.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's no restriction for like a bank in Kansas City could buy these credits. Also, a bank in rural Sherman County could buy the credits. There's no restriction of that, with the exception of limits.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn.
There appears to be some deliberation going on with the revisers right now. If you'll take a pause for a moment.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my understanding is that there's no limitations. Any bank can buy them throughout the state, and it's not a rural versus a urban. It'll be just a bank tax credit. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn. Alley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the senator from Johnson please stand for questions?
She will.
Thank you. I would like to confirm that these are non-refundable credits. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn.
That is correct.
But there is a carried forward on these tax credit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's indefinitely, correct?
Senator.
That's correct.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn.
That's correct.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. We had discussion yesterday in the tax committee about looking at these programs in depth. While I understand that we have some great programs, I'm not speaking against this one. I'm just bringing it to the body's attention that we need to understand, are these programs helping our state or just benefiting individuals as the program? This program, can the good senator from Johnson tell me why the increase was from 50,000 to 100,000?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn.
I think they wanted, thank you, Madam Chair. The Network Kansas believe that the increase will help them be more flexible in their funding.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, I would ask that the language in this, I know we've had other problems with the interpretation of credit programs, their limit. This states that it shall not exceed $2 million for any one fiscal year. So each fiscal year we could accrue $2 million of these tax credits. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what that means is that every year we could pick up $2 million of tax credits that have no ending carry forward for these institutions and businesses.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn.
Well, then. The bill says, in no event shall the total amount of tax credits allowed under this section exceed $2 million for any one fiscal year, except that for fiscal year 2011, which is when this would be initiated.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for clarification, is it $2 million accrued each year? Or, because I know that we had a tax program that the Secretary of Commerce was interpreting it, that they could distribute that amount each year.
Senator Lynn, or Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn.
It appears to be the total amount that is allowed would not exceed $2 million per year.
Senator Tyson from Lynn County.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the good senator from Johnson for her response and her consideration on this. I know that she has similar concerns as I do on our different programs that we have throughout the state. And I appreciate her effort on this and the committee's work.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the questions. It is capped at $2 million a year, and to my knowledge, they have not come close to that yet. In good times, it would.
Any other questions for Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My credits that were issued. We heard a lot of testimony from why I stated earlier rule. It can be used across the state. Banks in Johnson County or Sedgwick or Waukene or wherever can buy these credits. But we heard a lot about in committee, the testimony, how it was being used in rural areas a lot. This expands it to allow the banks to buy the credits, the savings and loans, because they've got people on the waiting list. They were only able to issue, I think it was about $1.5 million last year because they didn't have enough people to buy that other $500,000. So a lot of the people that are in the part of the negotiate or working on putting that business deal together are the banks, so they might want to participate in the communities across the state. It'll probably be able to expand it to where we're guaranteed to have that $2 million and get some of them people off the waiting list, to get them loans approved. We heard stories where some of them are just small businesses with 1 or 2 employees. We've heard stories where there's 10 or 15 or 20 employees, where they're either acquiring or starting small businesses, from Atchison all across this state. So I think this is a vital thing. It's a small piece of the financing. It's not 100% tax credit on the financing. I believe it was like 10 or 15%. That's a good investment to create jobs, across this state. I know we give them money away on a lot of other programs at a lot greater rate to try to invest across Kansas. So I think this program's working. I think this allows banks to participate in savings and loans. I think, we'll take that up to that $2 million instead of $1.5 million. And so in my mind, I think this is a great investment and a great thing to do. So I urge people to support the underlying bill. Thank you.
Are there other questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator Lynn. Seeing none, you may close.
Will now be eligible. And of course, that's banks and savings and loans. If you're a credit union or farm credit, since they don't pay income tax, they cannot participate in this program. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 90 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion passes. We'll turn our attention now to Senate Bill 60. Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 60 makes some needed updates to the Kansas Licensing Act for real estate salespeople and their brokers. And it represents a year-long effort on the part of these two organizations to update and enhance some of their processes, procedures. The real estate industry is changing quite a bit, as many industries, and the legislation is needed to strengthen the licensing requirements and educational requirements for brokers in our state. And as the real estate industry continues to evolve and become more complex, it's necessary to continually update and strengthen the requirements for licensure to ensure consumers are protected and provided with the kind of service they expect from our professionals in brokerage and in sales. There are two major components. It would increase the amount of pre-license instruction from 24 hours to a minimum of 30. And it would establish a new course that's focused on real estate brokerage office management. And that is needed because the brokers in their duties and obligations that they have to clients is getting more complex. It ensures that they comprehend their critical supervision responsibilities of their salespeople who affiliate with their brokerage. The other piece is an educational piece to educate new brokers on the threats and the best practices related to safeguarding clients from the increase in cyber threat in the industry. And the courses would also focus on areas that are common for complaints from members of the public. Would also change the look-back period to require a real estate salesperson experience 2 of the 3 previous years look back, so that the past 2 years would be the look back, and they would need to be practicing within that 2-year period to keep them current. It's common for many who are in real estate to enter and leave the industry after a couple of years, and then they come back, and then this change emphasizes the need for the recent real estate experience to be the most, to be counted. There's also some technical changes that deal with counties that have a population of less than 200,000. It would allow the commission to make licensing decisions based on local market considerations, and they would actually be exempt from this because it has been set up for a violation of a recent court case. So this clarifies for counties with less than 20,000 that the commission can make a market-based decision on their licenses. There are several other there's a renewal date deadline. Evidently there was some confusion for the licenses because of an expiration date, and some of the realtors would miss the expiration date, and there was confusion about a date going forward, and it would eliminate the late charge fee. And there are a few other just minor changes within the commission's fee structure that would actually cause the commission to lose about $42,000 in their budget, but they're doing it for the benefit of their constituents. So with that, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move when the committee rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 60 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carried. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 78. The chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were amendments. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 78 came to the Senate Judiciary Committee at the request of KAPSA, Kansas Association of Property and Casualty Insurance Companies, Farm Bureau, and a whole host of others. There was written testimony by a number of insurance trade associations, and also, I might say, the Roofers Association presented oral testimony in support of this bill. This group worked closely with the Attorney General's office and the Insurance Department to come up with a workable solution that has been occurring in some states and a little bit in Kansas during heavy storm years, where what few unscrupulous contractors will sign a benefits a assignment of risk with the insureds and sometimes don't follow through. So this kind of would establish a framework for this assignment of benefits between the policyholder and the contractors for claim proceeds due under a property and casualty policy. The bill would require an assignment of benefits to include a statement that residential contractor has made no assurances of the claim loss will be fully covered on an insurance contract. The bill would also list violations by the residential contractors that would void the assignment of benefits. The provisions of the bill would be enforceable through the Office of Attorney General and under the Kansas Consumer Protection Act. That pretty well concludes the gist of the bill. With that, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn? Seeing none, you may close. Senator from Lynn, Senator.
Thank you, Madam
Bison.
Chair. I'll yield to the senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this bill. I think it does clarify how this is working, but I think we can make it even just a little bit better. And I have an amendment. I've turned it in.
And what is the number?
The number is SB 78S1182.
Would you like to explain the bill or have it read?
I think I can explain it.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, currently the bill defines residential real estate as meaning a new or existing building, including a detached structure constructed for habitation by at least one, but no more than 4 families. One of the things that I think the committee did that made sense was to broaden the definition. Before it had simply been detached garage. But in doing that, I'm concerned that we would interpret simply a detached structure. If it says constructed for habitation, we might exclude garages because they are often not constructed for habitation. And I also want to make sure that this can cover more than one detached structure. Someone might have a detached garage and they might also have a shed. So the amendment would change that definition to say means a new or existing building constructed for habitation by at least one, but no more than 4 families, and any related detached structures. So this doesn't change anything that the bill does. It would change the definition of residential real estate.
Are there questions for the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco? Chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in my brief overview, I failed to mention that there were amendments in committee that added some specificity to the definitions. And I think, frankly, this adds more specificity. I'm going to find a better word one of these days. And I think it's a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Are there other questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a person who carried the amendment in committee, I too believe that this will improve on the wordsmithing of the First Amendment. It does not affect the intent of the bill, but it does add clarification. Thank you.
Are there other questions for the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no other questions, I move my amendment.
You've heard the amendment. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We're back on the bill. Are there other questions for the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn? Seeing none. Oh, senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. Would you yield back to me?
Oh, you yield the floor back to Senator Tyson from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I still have the floor, I'm happy to yield it back.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you to both of you. I am curious as to who brought this bill before us. Would the good senator from McPherson stand for question?
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Yes, Madam Chair, the Kansas Association of Property and Casualty Insurance Companies, which is a trade association for Kansas domestics, along with Farm Bureau and a whole host of other insurance industry people, brought the bill in working in collaboration with the roofing contractors and contractors in general. Yes.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this going to put undue burden on our small, independent, individual contractors?
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn. I can't answer that specifically, Madam Chairman, but I can say this right now, or about 2 years ago, we passed in this body the Roofing Contractors Act to protect the consuming public for unscrupulous roofing contractors. The Roofing Contractors Association was on board. It does add another element of overhead. You can't be helped. but they recognize in the best interest of their industry and their reputation that it was well worth the little extra effort to be registered with the Attorney General as a general contractor and as a roofing contractor.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate those comments. I do know that I did not support that. The Roofers Association has good intent, although I have many roofers in my area where they're mom and pop shops. And they let me know most uncertainly after that bill passed that they have an added burden, and they have to, a portion of the first house, if not all of the first house that they roof for the year goes to pay the fee that we formed. So I hope that people will think through this carefully. I understand the intent is to protect consumers and insurance company, but we also need to look at our small business owners. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there additional questions or comments from the Senator from McPherson, Senator
Yes,
Wilborn?
Madam Chairman, I appreciate the comments, and I too am sympathetic to small business, but sometimes, as we do in this body, we have to balance the edge of little regulation versus protecting the consumer. And with that, Madam Chairman, I move that when the committee rises, report Senate Bill 78 favorably for passage.
As amended.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 94. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 94 is a bill that AARP and AAA had a lot of interest in. Basically what this bill will do is currently there are two primary ways that someone can take advantage of this defensive driving course. One is through the internet, and the other one is a traditional class setting. And places like AARP and AAA that offer the class setting have to do it for 8 hours, while if you do the internet class, it's only 4 hours. And the majority of the people that will take the classroom setting are our seniors. And by lowering this to a 4-hour minimum course, this will allow the classroom settings to be on the same time frame as our internet courses, and hopefully give senior citizens that opportunity to take advantage of a discount that the ones that use the internet currently do. There were no opponents or neutral testimony. Everything was proponent, and we did amend it in committee just to clarify some wording on it. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few questions. What, if he will stand for them, what is the difference between a defensive driving course and then driver's education course?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
So driver's education you have to have before you can get your license. And after you've had your license, a defensive driving course, all it does is it just makes you aware of the dangers while you're driving. It is something that benefits you more of the defensive driving aspect of on the road, where a driving education course tells you how to actually drive.
Okay. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Did any instructors testify on this bill?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
I'm just going to have to ask what to clarify instructor.
It's Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Anyone who teaches a defensive driving class?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
I don't know that they were actually instructors, but AARP did testify as a proponent, and AAA also testified as a proponent for this.
Okay, thank you.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I did find the testimony from AAA, and I saw that they actually preferred the 6-hour course, and I can go. I think part of my concern is this opening up a window for, like, if there's clarification that this would not reduce those courses as well?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And no, this is totally separate from driver's education course. This is a course all by itself. It's a defensive driving course, so has no impact at all on driver's education.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. My other concern with this, where we change from insurer or driver, and I don't have the bill, it's moved to principal operator. So in a situation, if there are two individuals who are driving one car, then do both individuals, in order to get the reduction on the premium, do they both have to have taken the course?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In each insurance company is going to handle everything, just as long as one of them has it, that would cover it. But there are a lot of different variables on drivers, so.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. As I talked to my agent this morning, they were saying that if both drivers under a car have not taken the class, you would not receive the discount. So thank you.
Are there additional questions from the Senator from Cherokee? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, that it will report Senate Bill 94 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried. We'll now turn our attention to substitute Senate Bill 62. The chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were amendments, so I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I rise in support of SB 62. SB 62 is a bill concerning excluding law enforcement officers from select traffic violations during the performance of their official duties under very specific conditions. Currently, law enforcement officers are required to violate the law to conduct their official duties. Although they are not typically prosecuted, this bill would allow them to perform their duties without breaking the law. After meeting the requirement to be acting in their official capacity and additional very specific requirements that are outlined in this bill, law enforcement officers may be temporarily exempted from the lights and sirens requirements, typically applicable under 8-1506, speed requirement to do catch-up speeds to a speeding vehicle, and parking areas otherwise identified in no parking zones. So some examples we'd give here is if a policeman was pacing someone, they weren't actively pursuing them, but a person was speeding and they weren't able to use the radar, they could pace someone and they would be able to exceed the speed limit for identification of that. Another example for the lights and sirens, if you were actually tracking someone where they were in a highly populated area and you were concerned that pulling them over there, they may cause a disruption or they may injure other people, it would give them time to follow that person safely, stop at a light, make sure that it was safe, and proceed to follow a person. And for the parking, it would be if any store that you went to where you see a policeman pulled out front for shoplifting or whatever, they're actually currently violating the law, but it would allow them, because that was part of their official duties, to be able to park in front of a store of some type to be able to conduct their activities. So I want you also to note that within this, there's also the option for any law enforcement agency to further restrict this by policy. So there isn't a request to be tighter. we don't want to go to the extent of this provision, it gives them the ability to do that, and that's the last clause in there. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from, let's see, where are you from?
Wyandotte County.
Wyandotte, Senator Braun. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of this and would like to thank the senator from Wyandotte for his work on addressing the concerns of members of the committee. He worked with the opponents and the proponents and came up with what I believe is a fair balance. And I really like the piece in there where the cities may adopt tighter language if they want, and I appreciated his work. Congratulate him on carrying his first bill.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill actually deals with some issues that I think are important, but has also created some others that I think we want to consider. So I have an amendment, and it is S 1187.
Would you like to have your amendment explained or have it read?
It can be read.
Could you repeat that number one more time, Senator Petty?
S 1180. I'm sorry, 5. I said 785.
Yes, that's correct. So proceed. Go ahead, please.
Madam President, I move to amend substitute for Senate Bill 62 on page 1 and line 7 by striking all after section 1, by striking all in lines 8 through 36. On page 2 by striking all in lines 1 through 22 and inserting A, the driver of an authorized emergency vehicle may 1, park or stand in the median of a divided highway when actively engaged in traffic enforcement. 2, park or stand in a restricted zone when responding to calls for service. And 3, proceed through toll booths on roads or bridges, but only after slowing down as may be necessary for safe operation. B, when exercising the privileges in subsection A, the driver of an authorized emergency vehicle is not required to make use of audible signals meeting the requirements of KSA 8-1738 and amendments thereto, or visual signals meeting the requirements of KSA 8-1720 and amendments thereto. C, when exercising the privileges in subsections A and B, the driver of an authorized emergency vehicle is not relieved of the requirements of KSA 8-1506 subsection D and amendments thereto. D, this section shall be a part of and supplemental to Article 15 of Chapter 8 of the Kansas Statutes Annotated and amendments thereto. On page 1 in the title, in line 2 by striking all before exempting, also in line 2 by striking the second police and inserting authorized emergency.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So I think it's important for the body to understand that under SA 8-1506, it currently requires that police responding to emergency situations use lights and sirens to be able to go through intersections, speed, stop in a lane if traffic, etc. The police must also drive with due regard for the safety of others when responding to such situations, or if they are in pursuit of an offender. And Senate Bill 62 appears to conflict with that standard required when responding in an emergency. It grants greater discretion to officers than under current law. Under the bill, officers may decide whether to display of lights and sirens when enforcing traffic laws and performing other law enforcement actions, including police pursuits. Now, when an officer has a reason to believe operation under KSA 8-1506 may impede a law enforcement action, the officer is not required under this new bill to use lights or sirens as long as that operation can be done with reasonable degree of safety. Now, a reason to believe could include many subjective rationales. This substitute for Senate Bill 62 does not require the officer to make a professional determination that law enforcement actions is or will be impeded. The amendment that I have introduced speaks to the issues that were paramount, it seemed, from the presenter of the original bill, and that dealt with us parking in the medians and parking or standing in a restricted zone when responding to calls and proceeding through toll booths. But my amendment also keeps in place the need for lights and sirens and for due caution when those would not be used. And so with that, I'll stand for questions.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we look at this, there was a proposal there'd be a minor amendment to the back of this, but the gentlelady from Wyandotte is the ranking member on that committee and had ample opportunity to bring this during the entire time. She did say that she may have a friendly amendment to it. This would completely replace that. And so I question, as the senator from Wyandotte is reading directly from the testimony from the opponent, why we did not have this come out during the actual committee where she was the ranking member.
Senator Petty, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Oh, I think it did come out in committee where I am the ranking minority member. I expressed during all of our discussions of this bill my concern for the safety of the citizens that we represent when it comes to the use of lights and sirens and how those speak to our citizens being informed and knowing that there is an emergency. I brought up the issue about, although the amendment that I've introduced does speak to the now putting in statute that it is legal to stop park in medians, but I would say I might ask everybody in this body if they ever saw, when they saw a law enforcement officer parked in a median, if they ever thought it was against the law, or if they saw a law enforcement officer proceeding and making a U-turn in an area that was not expected, if they felt that was against the law. But we are going to, with this, if this change is passed, we would be making that legal, even though it is current practice, I would say, across the state. But what should be of most concern is the safety of our residents, our citizens, and their knowledge that law enforcement is carrying out their duties, and notification that that's happening. To have a speeding car go by without lights or sirens does cause me for great concern, and I'm not alone in knowing that there have been serious injuries and deaths that have occurred because of police pursuits. In fact, to the point where in many of our municipalities, they've made decisions to reduce that use for pursuits. In my own community 2 years ago, a mother and grandmother was killed because she was sitting at a stop sign and was hit by a car that was being pursued by the police. So I know that none of us want to see that occur. The amendment that I introduced addresses the main issues, but it also allows for use of for decisions of when to use the lights and sirens, but not to the extent of the substitute motion for Senate Bill 62.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to alleviate the senator from Wyandotte's concerns here by actually looking at the actual bill and what we're looking at. So in this, under section 1A5, so approaching a vehicle actually or suspected of violating the law when the vehicle is not attempting to evade law enforcement. So the whole characteristic of categorizing this as a chase, there are no chases here. The concept of this bill is that when someone does not know, when there's a suspect and they're being followed and they're unaware of the presence of the police officer, it allows them to get a safe area. To get to a safe area to secure that person, the person may be armed and dangerous. If they're in the parking lot of a mall, it would require you turn on the lights and sirens in the parking lot of the mall. The person may run over people. We have to give some discretion to the police officer to be able to pull somebody over in a place where it's safe. And we also have to give the police officer the ability to follow someone to be able to get them out of an area. I think the bill being able to park, although the senator places importance on the parking, that's not the key aspect of this. The goal is that we are asking police officers to violate the law in the act of their official duties. And when we do that, it makes it very hard for a police officer. And I will agree that they're not commonly prosecuted. But the criteria in here, so if we go through the criteria and say we're fleeing, causing the destruction of evidence, causing injury to a person, before a policeman or policewoman to meet before they ever follow this. In addition, if we're looking for safeguards on every one of these, so we go to the back, exceeding the speed limit, it's got the caveat, and this was added based on the proponent and the opponent having a conversation to craft this bill, that it does not endanger the life or property. On 3, that it does not endanger life or property. On 4, slowing down as may be necessary for safe operation. On C, shall not relieve the driver of an authorized emergency vehicle from the consequence of reckless disregard. This bill is very tight as it's written, and I think this amendment, respectfully, I think the amendment basically dissolves what we're trying to accomplish here and what we were trying to accomplish with this bill. So I don't find the amendment to be friendly, and I don't think it's helpful to the conversation.
Chair recognizes a senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's interesting, all 3 senators from Wyandotte. I don't think this has happened before. And I don't know if we have a monolithic view of this bill or this amendment, but I do have a couple of questions. I guess they might be to the last statement by the distinguished gentleman from Wyandotte, because he was responding to the amendment, but part of the clarity that would be brought to that would have to be brought to what the gentlelady from Wyandotte is proposing.
So I think there's amendment on the floor, and I don't think we can speak to me, correct?
Pardon me. Senator Haley, would you like to direct your question to Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, to her amendment?
I'll begin with her, Madam Chair, if I might. Senator Petty's amendment, the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty's amendment, if I understand it correctly, during, I guess, an attempt by police, the law enforcement, to pull over a driver. Is that correct?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So the amendment would allow the officer to exercise the privilege of not requiring to make use of the audible signals or the lights when, in certain situations. That would be like parking or standing in the median, or parking and standing in a restricted zone. And all of this they would still meeting the requirements of KS.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
So I guess my question, Madam Chair, to the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, is can't they already do that now? I mean, does her amendment codify what is not already current law? And how will this circumvent, or how does this add anything to what law enforcement is able to do already? I'll pose that to the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, for now.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So the concern that was brought forward was that this is, I guess you would say this is current practice, but it actually isn't spoken to in law. And so one of the main concerns was about this parking and medians, and also with the lights and sirens. But I guess the question is, how far do we go with allowing lack of use of the lights and sirens? And so my amendment speaks to they're not having to use the lights and sirens, that they can't, that does authorize them to be legal in parking and medians and in stranding and restricted zones, and not having to lose their lights and sirens at that time. But then when it comes to making a decision about the lights and sirens in other situations, they need to abide by the law under KSA 8-1506-D.
Okay, I get it, Madam. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
I believe I understand, thank you, Madam Chair, and what this attempts to do, and it alleviates, this amendment, some of certainly my concerns, and I think other concerns that we may have. I'll speak to the body of the bill, but also to the amendment. So this amendment would say, as we've all seen, emergency and/or other law enforcement related vehicles sitting in the medians as we've passed them on the highways. There are no lights flashing, or certainly no sirens. They're sitting there monitoring. They could be monitoring the speed. The law enforcement could have the radar gun out or what have you. And this would mean, if I understand it correctly, that would be retained in this bill and would no longer make that activity illegal, which I didn't know was illegal anyway. I don't think anyone's going to say to law enforcement, you can't stand there without your lights on or siren on while you're monitoring traffic with a radar gun or any other way. But in that somebody feels that it's necessary to ensure that that law enforcement officer wouldn't be prosecuted for that, this then would codify. The amendment from the Senator from Wyandotte would say that, of course, that practice would not be illegal. But if I understand the amendment correctly, there is some genuine concern about a chase or law enforcement trailing or following, attempting to apprehend, and there should be, in some people's minds, certainly mine and others, that if there is a chase, then there should be a designation that that is indeed law enforcement, that the lights are on or the sirens are on. So if you see two cars speeding, for example, then other drivers should know to get out of the way or to try to not obstruct that from happening, because it is law enforcement attempting to pull over and apprehend or what have you. So I appreciate this amendment being brought. As the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, did say, Mrs. Strader, Geraldine Strader, in my community, mother and grandmother, who was killed because of a police chase. And she was right at the stop, it pulled out of the stop, and there were no lights. And she could not have seen, she'd look up and she was T-boned by the fleeing vehicle, but had no way of knowing because no lights were on or nothing was coming her way. These were just two speeding cars coming in that direction. And there's no liability, so we talk about the prosecution. Certainly the fleeing person who killed Geraldine Strader, is now serving time, but there is no prosecution of the law enforcement officer who did not have on lights or may have had on a siren, but there were no lights on, who caused the cars by their pursuit to follow them. I would want to ensure that the lights were on, and I think this amendment pursued, and that also the sirens were on, because we're not going to take the law enforcement through prosecution, Madam Chair, for that. And that never happens, and it shouldn't, really. But I think there should be some designation that what we're dealing with is that is indeed necessary for public safety. So I believe I support the amendment. I think it just underscores common sense for what we need for public safety. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just maybe will help the senator from Wyandotte on one of his issues. There was some creative defense attorneys that looked at the vehicles being parked in there in the centers and used that as an affirmative defense for the ticket was improperly written. However, I am standing in opposition to this amendment for the safety of our citizens. The citizens that are in a hostage situation, and we would now be requiring the officers to come up with the lights, red lights and sirens. The citizens, the students in a school where there's a shooting, and they may need to come forward. We don't want to require the officers to read red lights and sirens.
Additional questions for the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, on the amendment. Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm listening to the dialogue that's ensued, and I too want to ensure that there would be no detection available for officers responding to a designated, identified 911 or emergency, whether it's large with multiple potential hazards or victims, or small for a domestic dispute. Perhaps the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, can clarify that if in the examples that have been given, if that would be the case. My specific concern is where we're looking at pursuits, traffic pursuits, not a response to a designated address or places, but for those pursuits that make our roads more deadly for the regular traffic. Those are my concerns, but not as were given by way of example for a response to an emergency call at an individual place, Madam Chair. Could we have some clarification if that indeed is what this would do?
The Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Well, I think one of the, my major concerns is that whereas this Senate substitute for 62 is creating problems, because it does then can create situations where law enforcement will be using in pursuit or not in pursuit, making a decision that maybe they think it's a pursuit situation, and not using lights and sirens, and then we are unaware of what their activities are and what they are doing. So there's a good reason why our law enforcement, for their safety and for ours, uses lights and sirens. If you're in traffic and you hear a light and siren, you're aware that there is a police vehicle or another situation. It could be an ambulance or a fire truck, but you're aware that they're moving forward and action is taken. If those signals aren't used, then how is the public going to be able to react? Someone throughout it was mentioned by the senator from Sedgwick that there's a situation going on, you don't want that notification, but I think that is we should be holding to a higher standard, that for the safety of all, we do want to have notification, and I think that's why we have it in our statutes now for our police to use lights and sirens. And this bill, as is proposed, I believe goes.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley, did that answer your question?
I support the amendment, given that clarity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Boulier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, this is a question to the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun, related to his opposition to the amendment and a clarification of that.
That's allowable. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun, the question would be directed to you on the amendment.
And the question is...
Senator from Johnson, Senator Boulier.
The question is specifically, so on page 2, line 7 through 9 of the bill, it specifically says, so long as such driver does not endanger life or property. My question is, who decides if life or property is endangered or not?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the question. And then it's going to be a matter of law. It's going to be a matter of court deciding whether you are endangering life or property, and that's a court issue. The good thing about this is in every one of these criteria, as the opponent, the good intent of police officers up until the point at which they come into a situation one of these situations where they're challenged in court. But that sets a high standard for a police officer to meet. If you said, police officer, when you make this decision, you have to make sure that it does not endanger life or property, that's a pretty high bar. And I hope that
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. Having worked myself in times of crisis, it is easy to make mistakes on assessment when everything's happening very fast. And one of the things that I appreciate about the amendment is it very specifically lays this out as a privilege for the law enforcement and helps them understand essentially they still have these same rights as in the bill as it stands now, but in the amendment it specifies that they're still held to the law if they make the decision with their privilege to make that change. I think the bar needs to be set higher, and it needs to be an exception rather than I need to make sure, and I'm going to be held accountable by the law in this amendment, and that's why I would stand in support of this amendment. Thank you for the clarification to the Senator from Wyandotte.
Additional questions for the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. The chair recognizes Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of questions. On the amendment, it lists out 3 instances where emergency vehicles do not have to use lights or sirens. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
That is correct.
Okay. So
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Sorry, Madam Chair, got ahead of myself. So number 1, they can park or stand in the median of a divided highway without their lights.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
That's correct.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Number 2, they can park or stand in a restricted zone when responding to calls for service.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
That's correct.
And
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
And number 3, they can proceed through toll booths on roads or bridges, but only after slowing down. So that's just, they can turn their lights and sirens off as they're going through the toll booth, not any time other than that. Is that correct?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
That's correct.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
I'm just thinking out loud here now, but I can't see where any of those instances they would want their sirens on or off. They don't do that anyway, but I appreciate the amendment to allow them to be in the median and park in restricted zones. But one of the things in our testimony that we did here in transportation was that and we're very sympathetic to the innocent bystander that is stopped at a stoplight or stopped at a stop sign and is rear-ended or T-boned by a fleeing vehicle. And one of the things that was brought up was when police are going to pursue someone, the pursuit usually happens with the lights on. When someone is caught speeding, you're going down the highway on a divided highway, the police officer has to turn around and then try to catch up to that person that is speeding. If they turn their lights on while they're still in the other lane, the chances of that violator of the speed will then take off, and that's where it causes a lot of the pursuits. And they believe that by allowing them a little bit of leeway on their lights and sirens, they can cut down on those pursuits, high-speed chases. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the body. That was something that was discussed in our transportation meeting. And with that, I would stand as opposing this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, on her amendment? The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
No questions, just a comment. As we were talking about discussing chases and pursuits and all this, if the officer, as we saw in the evidence presented by the opponents, if the officers aren't running their lights or siren and they're going through an intersection, a traffic controlled intersection or a red light, the bill in the last line of page 1 requires them to come to a stop, complete stop, before proceeding when it's safe to do so. You know, with the bank robberies and things like that, this bill would not require them to have their lights on as they move forward and come up close, endangering our citizens. I'm just rising again in opposition. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify, this has nothing to do with police chases. So that, again, I'm going to go to section 1A5, approaching a vehicle actively or actually or suspected of violating the law when the vehicle is not attempting to evade a law enforcement officer. That's not what this is about. This is about a silent alarm goes off at the bank. You don't want a hostage situation. The policemen need to get to the location quickly before someone who is robbing an establishment can leave. It gives them the ability to get there effectively, but only after stopping at every red light, checking if it's safe, and then proceeding. That's the requirements of the bill. So this is very narrowly tailored for that purpose. There is no reason to imply that any of this applies to a chase of any kind because it would be excluded under that provision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Additional questions or comments for the senator on her amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. Senator, you may close on your amendment. I see no further questions.
Thank you. I would bring it to the attention of the body that the proponent for the bill in committee, the first thing that was mentioned in their testimony was about stopping or parking in the median and in restricted zones. Those were the number 1 and 2 issues that were brought forward in their testimony, which my amendment addresses. It has been brought out that chases wouldn't be the case, but sadly, there's been over 416 people that were reported killed through police chases in 2017, and that's in the United States. So we know that this is an issue, and it will continue to be an issue no matter how this happens. But I think what we need to be clear about is how important it is that we as citizens feel safe, that the police are in doing their job, and that we are aware that it is the police doing their job. Now, if you look at the original bill, or the substitute for Senate Bill 62, you can see that there is a list starting at line 16. There is a list of situations where a police officer could make a decision about whether they were going to turn off their lights or not. And it's based on it's based on just what they think. It's not necessarily based on anything happening. It could be fleeing, it could be cause the destruction of evidence, or they think that that's going to happen, or cause injury to any person. Monitoring for indications of a crime or a need for law enforcement services. Engaging in the surveillance of suspected criminal activity involving a vehicle, the occupants of a vehicle, or other persons who are suspected of involvement in a crime. Obtaining evidence of a violation for someone exceeding when the vehicle is not attempting to evade a law enforcement officer. I mean, this does lend a lot of discretion that we now are saying as a body that we want to put the citizens that we represent, and whether this is in their best interest. My amendment in restricted areas without lights and sirens, or proceeding through a toll booth without lights and sirens, did contact my local unit of government to ask them about how they felt concerned about this additional expansion of police to be able to do their job. We're always cautious on the side. I think that our law enforcement community provides important safety for all of us, but at the same time, and causing an unforeseeable situation to occur. This bill also by you without lights and sirens at 90 miles an hour, and maybe you might realize it was the police, because this bill which would put it up to 90 miles an hour, and they wouldn't have to use lights or sirens if they made the decision not to do that. I would encourage the body to look at my amendment, which addresses the issues that were paramount for the law enforcement concerning parking in the median and the restricted zones and the toll booth. That I would move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. A division has been requested. All those in favor of the motion, please stand. Stand. In favor and 26 against. The motion fails. We're back on the bill. A roll call has been called. Do I see 5 hands? 1, 2, 3. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order.
Alley. Baumgardner. Berger. Billinger. Boyer. Bowers. Braun. Denning. Dahl. Estes. Fauskado. Hardy. Hawk. Hensley. Hildebrand. Holland. Kirk McGinn. Miller. Olson. Peterson. Petty. Pilcher Cook. Pyle. Rucker, Scooble, Sullentrop, Sykes, Taylor, Tyson.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? The clerk will close the back on the bill. The chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun. Chair, we'll skip that. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasca-Doe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun, just clarification then with that measure, that amendment failing, and the job that our law enforcement, the job that they do to make it easier. We want to all be safe. We want to catch the bad guy or girl. And Madam Chair, pursuit of, and I know a lot of women, some of the concerns I've heard are concerns about, you know, is it really a police officer stopping me? We have heard of situations where someone pretends to be a police and stops a female or male sometimes, and safe and easier for our law enforcement to protect all Kansans. We have to, at the same time, and I know it's difficult a lot of times to make things safe and clear for the understanding of the regular citizen, our citizens that we're all here to serve and to advocate for. And I know sometimes we will say ignorance of the law is no defense, Madam Chair. So with that said, if the senator from Wyandotte who is carrying the bill, if he could just again share with the body and those listening in, so that not only us on what this legislation, the main measure, will allow the police to do, and if he could just clarify where the main thing that we aren't already doing, or that they aren't already doing, law enforcement, where we are extending this so that they could better do their job, but at the same time keep our citizens safe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
With respect to stopping without lights, this would not, you don't have the ability within this bill to pull anybody over without lights. As a matter of fact, if the person is evading you in any way, you still have to default over to 8-1506, which requires you to have lights and sirens. So if the suspected person is aware of your presence and is attempting to evade, you are immediately required to default back to 8-1506 and to use your lights and sirens. So although I respect the concern for trying to pull someone over with a car without lights and sirens, I'm not sure. I think that it is a concern, and I would be concerned if that was happening for someone pretending to be a police officer. To address your other concerns, what we want the police officer to be able to do in this is, in a very specific circumstance, from lines 16 to 37 on page 1 of the bill, it outlines exactly the criteria that one would have to be under to be able to use this. This is not going to be a commonly used We don't look at an officer doing this 3 times a day, unless you're in an incredibly high crime area with a lot of silent alarms. But the goal here is this would be a rare exception, but it gives a police officer the ability to use this in circumstances where it would be appropriate. Let's look at fleeing. So if we had a call from a neighbor saying that there was gunshots at a location, and the policeman wanted to go address that issue, but they were concerned that if they rolled up with lights and sirens, that the people may come out shooting or may take hostages. That's one where we'd probably want to pull up and get there safely and secure the area before, without notifying the perpetrator or potential perpetrator. A gun could have gone off in a house and it may be quite innocent, but you'd want to or you think they're going to flush evidence down the toilet or do something else with evidence. You'd want to be able to approach them without lights and sirens before the evidence of that crime, of someone being injured or someone could get rid of a weapon of some type, that would then, they wouldn't be able to prosecute the person who conducted a murder in your neighborhood. We have causing injury to any person. So if someone is being threatened, say that a spouse is being beaten by the other person, and the neighbor calls the police and said, the spouse is being beaten and I'm concerned they're going to beat him to death. You could call the police would pull up quietly, may prevent the person from going to their closet and picking up a gun or taking other extreme action. So we're going to be able to address those issues. Monitoring for indications of a crime. So if they're sitting somewhere and they're looking for the indications of a crime or they're surveilling someone, then they don't have to have their lights on during that surveillance period. So as we go through those provisions, this is not, has nothing to do with chase. It also makes a requirement that they literally, in a stoplight situation, they stop at the stoplight first, ensure the safety, and then proceed. So it does have very tight provisions in it. I hope you read the question.
Are there additional questions for the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
I don't have any other questions for the Senator from Wyandotte. For Senator Braun, I certainly genuinely commend him. As was mentioned, this is his first time carrying a bill on the floor, and personally having been here for many years, Madam Chair, I think he's done exceptionally well in so doing, and I mean that sincerely. I know the Judiciary Committee, it should have probably been there in my mind anyway. I know the Judiciary Committee is very busy. In fact, we've left a lot of good bills languishing in committee. As you know, Madam Chair, sitting on that, and we already have a lot there. We work very diligently there. But where it comes to public safety, and this is transportation, but where law enforcement or where we're looking at some of the direction and conduct of our law enforcement officers, I believe it's less of a transportation, all due respect to the Transportation Committee, but one where we find uniform conduct for law enforcement. And the word fleeing is an active verb, Madam Chair. And I know that the Senator from Wyandotte has done, again, exceptionally well in mollifying the Chamber's concern about active pursuits. But I guess if this had been in Judiciary in our committee, some of the questions that remain, at least in my mind, some of which may have been addressed by the amendment offered by the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, on which we could not agree to amend, would have been that there are no prosecutions, to my mind, Madam Chair, currently for law enforcement, even in fleeing or in pursuits. So law enforcement responded to some of the scenes or some of the examples enumerated by the carrier of the bill, Senator Braun, Senator from Wyandotte. And the concerns that we continue to have is for overt disregard or reckless disregard to a police officer, with or without bringing siren or lights to a scene, or for the failure to do so, for responding to a 911 call, a domestic call, or anything else. I just don't know of any examples. And if anyone does, by all means, please interrupt me and say, well, there was an example in your town where some defendant or some plaintiff brought that charge. It just doesn't happen. So what bothers me still about the bill is, what are we doing here? What is the necessity? This is a question I think that chases do occur, and that fleeing does concern me, and that is the fundamental concern that I have, and that I think many of the people who may be following this discussion will have, is to deal in a proactive way. Instead of yesterday's paper, Kansas City Star was talking about a police chase, and I know that the carrier is saying, can we get off police chases for a while? I've said, repeatedly that that's not what we're talking about, but it goes back to the reckless disregard that's in the bill, or the authorized emergency in the mind of a responding or potentially responding officer, that provides the cover, if you will, for things that happen that just make me cringe. It started in KCK in my district. I don't know, it may have been senator from, well, it's either one of our districts. I don't know we have to find out whose border it was. It's actually right along the border of where we all three meet. And then they went over into Missouri. But it's in the Star yesterday, police chase ends when station wagon slams into SUV, 3 injured, 1 critically. And it speaks to the policies. In Kansas City, Missouri, has said that their police department, that officers will not begin a pursuit for a traffic violation, a DUI or stolen vehicle, unless the occupants have been involved in a dangerous felony or there is an immediate danger to others, close quote. We can look at the statistics, it's already been cited, for how often someone comes upon in their mind, Madam Chair, that there's a necessity, and they get into what is the zone that's in the bill for the reckless, what is the disregard for the safety of others, and how often that has occurred in some of these chases. I am concerned about adding yet another layer of a protection for examples that are, again, not already prosecuted, to say that this kind of conduct should continue, and what it does to, frankly, the life and limb of others, and in fact, the concern that I continue to have, what occurs too often in our state. Regrettably, I don't support this bill. I would like to support this bill if it were just clearer. I just don't understand its necessity. We don't have any law enforcement officers being brought to prosecution or to trial for any of the enumerated protections that this bill brings. So because I was not, or Judiciary Committee was not able to go through it with a better definition for why we even need it in the first place, if you could bring me that case where they are prosecuting, or Kansas has prosecuted anybody for that, because I don't understand it, I'm going to err on the side of public safety and suggest we not pass it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions from the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun?
I'd like to respond to that. So thank you very much for your kind words, and I appreciate your concerns. There is a question here where these have been used in the past to mitigate. So a defendant in this situation may say, I'm going to mitigate this because the officer was breaking the law as well, because he was also going 85 miles an hour. So those are the when he came to work in the Senate, if he was required within his Senate duties to break the law 10 times a day, if he would feel the same way that a police officer does when they're required to, in official role of their duties, to break the law. That's the challenge. So I'm not, again, nothing to do with chases, but when we ask an officer, he or she, to risk their life on a daily basis, to perform the duties, I think it's a lot to ask, to be able to ask them to say, I need you to break some laws now and then to hold a different standard for other people. So it's just to clarify and allow them to perform their functions that they're required to do by policy and make sure that it's within a legal. Again, section 15A, approaching a vehicle actually or suspected of violating the law when the vehicle is not attempting to evade. That takes all of the chase off the table. And when we go to the term of of reckless disregard, that's not the only standard in here. In Section 2, such driver shall not endanger life or property. Section 3, driver does not endanger life or property. Section 4, slowing down as may be necessary for safe operation. Stopping at the stoplight when you're following, stopping to make sure it's safe. And then, to wrap it all up, to set a higher standard, then it goes, nothing shall prevent you from having reckless disregard. I think that's a great wrap up. It's a high standard for the police to meet. This is a tool they need to go forward.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley, you're standing. Did you have a question?
Well, just
comment?
Madam Chair, I thought that there was a question that was posed to me, whether or not, if I understood correctly, I would if law enforcement were breaking the law, we would ask them to continue, or can we not clear that up, or how would I feel, I think was the question, if I can paraphrase. Breaking the law every day and asking for sanctuary. If that were the case, I would just respond to you, Madam Chair, on behalf of the Senator's behalf, that I don't think that there is one officer that has ever felt when he or she was performing their duty as to what clarity, their duty sworn to serve and to protect, that they are breaking any particular laws. I don't think that there has been a clamoring from law enforcement to suggest that if they are within the sworn duty that they have, that they are indeed breaking the law. And if that were then my challenge, in whatever capacity I was, to follow what I'm sworn to do, we would do whatever you favor of public safety. Again, I mentioned Kansas City, Missouri, and others, and that we should err more so in that regard, keeping the public safe. And that's all that I'm concerned with in this bill. And I would hope that would be the way that we would look toward the future in doing, is ensuring greater public safety. And that's my concern. Thank you.
Any other questions for the Senator before he closes? Senator Braun, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun, you may make your motion and close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the body for engaging on this issue. I think it's a great debate, and I appreciate all of the both the support and opposition that took place here, and it's extremely helpful so that we get the best bill possible. I believe this is the best bill possible, and I believe this will allow us to give law officers the opportunity to conduct their official activities without being in violation of laws which they are assigned to enforce. So, Madam Chair, with that, I move that when the committee rises and report substitute SB 62 as amended.
Favorable for passage.
I'm sorry, favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Recognizes the majority leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
Well, Senator from Wyandotte, I'm just about as rookie as you are, so we need to vote on that last motion. All those in favor say aye. Oh, and Jim's motion. I'm so sorry, everyone. The chair recognizes Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Practice makes perfect. I move the committee rise and report progress.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Correction and approval of the journal. Before recessing, are there announcements? Senator from Odette, Senator Goddard.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Today I have a young man from Erie High School in Neosho County. He's a junior and is my shadow today. I'd like to introduce Matthew Inman. He's right over here. Matthew, would you stand up, please? Thank you. And his mom and his sister are up in the gallery, if you'll wait. And Mr. Chair, may I do one more thing? I would like to congratulate my seatmate here, Senator Rucker, for maintaining his cool when his behind met the receptacle for his behind and it collapsed underneath him. Thank you, sir.
Are there additional announcements? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I would just like to remind the body that yesterday you had on your desk information about an early learning caucus that will be tomorrow morning at 7:30 in the Visitor Center. This is the third educational forum that the Early Learning Caucus is holding, and this one is being sponsored by being presented by the Kansas Children's Service League, and the theme is making a business case for prevention, which is early childhood education. So I encourage you all to join us. There will be a light breakfast there with it. That's tomorrow morning at 7:30.
Additional announcements. Seeing none, the chair recognizes Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess until 2 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The Senate is recessed. The Senate will come to order. On a point of personal privilege, the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator House-Cadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just want to acknowledge constituents from Wichita who are here today up in the West Gallery from with Head Start. So you may have seen them in the hall today. And then I have some friends over here to your right, Madam or Mr. Vice President, from SPIA, Earl and Derek and Rhonda. Thank you for being with us today in the Capitol.
Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 218 by Committee on Assessment and Taxation, an act concerning children and minors.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 218. The Senate will resume general orders with the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, in the chair.
Okay, committee, I understand amendments have arrived, so we're going to return to the order of Senate Bill 16. And I believe we already had the motion and acceptance of the conference committee report or the committee report. So we're on Senate Bill 16, and for that, Chair recognizes the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have already explained Senate Bill 16. I've answered questions. I am simply awaiting the amendment.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment. It's been turned in. It's S1180.
All right, give us a minute to get that handed out. The amendment appears fairly lengthy. Tempted to have the clerk read, but I think that'd kill half the afternoon. So, Senator from Shawnee, you care to explain?
I will try to. Mr. Chairman, the amendment I'm proposing is the governor's school finance plan with two notable exceptions. First, in the second year, which is 2020, 2021, the appropriation amount would be $89 million more than what the governor has proposed. Let me back up and explain that. In 2019-20, governor is proposing $198,000, and then in 2020-21, she is proposing $103 million. This amendment would add to that number $89 million to fully fund the second year of the school finance plan. This is a school finance plan that would be funded for 2 years. It does not fund the additional third or fourth year, which is what the Supreme Court has talked about. But the reason that I wanted to bring this to the floor is, number one, we haven't had any discussion about school finance yet this session. And I dare say that the Attorney General had written a letter back early February wherein he had established a March 1 deadline if, in fact, the legislature and the governor got into a contentious process. Otherwise, if we would do what the Supreme Court had ordered in their Gannon decision, the deadline was March the 15th. Needless to say, March the 1st is this Friday. So I think it's important that we attempt to reach that deadline, if at all possible, so that the Attorney General can be prepared to present legal arguments on behalf of the state in the Gannon case. The Supreme Court, oh, and the other exception, I'm sorry, the first exception is in the second year it's $89 million more than what the governor proposed. And the other exception is that on page 14 of the amendment, there are authorizations included to fund the base state aid per pupil. In school year 1920, it'd be $44.36. In 2021, it'd be $46.97. In 21-22, it would be $49.58. And in 22-23, it would be $52.19. Those are the authorizations on the base state aid per pupil. This amendment would propose that the appropriation would be put through the base budget per pupil, but only for the 1920 and 2021 school years. The other two would be in the statute, but they're not funded by this amendment. You know, the Supreme Court has indicated, as it currently stands, that our school funding formula is unconstitutional because of inadequate funding. The Supreme Court accepted the argument that was made by the state last June regarding the 5-year plan, which we passed in Senate Bill 61. The state argument was to go back to the last time we had a constitutionally adequate plan, which was in the Montoy case back in the 2007-08 school year, and then reconstruct base funding through 2023, or the completion of the 5-year plan. And as I said, we passed that last year in Senate Bill 61. But the court said where we were inadequate, where we did not meet the constitutionally funded plan, is through the inflation factor. And that's what this amendment is attempting to do, is to address the inflation factor that the court has said we should do. Now, the governor did propose a bill, and it's in the School Finance Committee. It's Senate Bill 44. There has been a hearing on that bill. But in my opinion, that bill is a 1-year plan that does not include the extra money that we should put in for the second year, and that's why I'm proposing this amendment. I believe we need to offer a good faith effort here, send a message to the court that we are willing to at least fund the first 2 years and do our best in terms of meeting the court order. Another way you might describe this is a down payment for 2 years, and then we'll just have to see where we are financially in the out years in order to take care of years 3 and 4, which again is what the court has asked us to do, or actually ordered us to do. So with that, I would be willing to answer questions.
Senator from Miami, Zakari, would you like to address that before I move on to questions?
I certainly would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To suggest that we've not addressed what the courts have said is not correct. I am chair of Senate Education Committee as well as the Select Committee on Senate Education Funding. Since our legislative session started, The Select Committee has met 4 different times, and the Standing Education Committee has met 17 times. We have pushed out legislation, 2 bills that we're addressing today. 1 bill that's on the consent agenda. We have another bill that's queued up for tomorrow. So I think that those that have worked with me on the committees that I've chaired, as well as other committees that I've served on, understand that I think it's very important for us to have a solid foundation. And I would absolutely urge the members of this body to reject this amendment. I will remind them of what happened last year when on the other side of the dome, we had a group of legislators that decided on the floor, on the fly, they were going to fix school funding, and that led to an $80 million mistake that we had to come back and we had to fix. There are many components that we need to address, that we need to comb through. We do need to pay attention to what the court said, that we are to complete the plan. Not we are to put the funding in base, but we are to complete the funding plan. And I do intend, as committee chair, to have us, just like we did last year, work through all of the different components and possibilities so that when it goes to the other house, they have a solid plan to work from. And Mr. Chair, I think that there are multiple opinions, probably one for each of the committee members that are on the Select Committee, as to how that $92 million per year should be dispersed. But you know what? The courts know that we have been meeting. The Attorney General knows that we have been meeting. In fact, I met with the Attorney General and his Assistant Attorney Generals just yesterday. We have regular communication so that they know we are moving forward. March 1st is not a deadline. We know what our legislative obligation is, and I can assure this body that as committee chair, I will fulfill that obligation and will have a fully vetted bill to bring above the line. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions for the Senator from Shawnee, Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the Senator from Shawnee bringing this. It is time to have this discussion. I don't think there's anyone more committed than I am to finding a solution to this, other than the chair and the committee members. It's something that I have promised my constituency, something I've heard about every single time I've had a town hall or had a conversation with a constituent. I do have some concerns. The first being, this appears to be a gut and go, or maybe it's not a gut, but it's certainly a go. And in the age of where we're working to improve transparency, I'm not sure that's the best method. The other concern that I have is that I've been around long enough, certainly not anywhere near what the Senator from Shawnee has, but in my experience, the best pieces of legislation come from the best process. And I think while we may very well end up with this bill or something very close to this bill, I do think it needs to go through the committee process. It needs to be fully vetted. We need alternative ideas. I know there's another bill in Senate Ed Finance that I'm interested in, that I'd like to see it get a hearing. But I think the process needs to work. The other concern that I would have is, throughout my experience with school finance, the AG or our attorneys at the time have always asked us to make sure that we are well documented, that we are building sound reasoning for the case that we are going to present, that is surrounded by the law that we have passed. And I'm not sure that passing a bill on the floor lends to that. And so a little bit concerned about how the court would feel about a bill that was passed on the go on the floor. So I think Senate, while I can't speak for the other members of Republican leadership, but I can assure you that in our discussions, I think they're equally committed. And so I would ask that the body reject this amendment, and let's get the process going. Let's produce the best product we can.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Little slip there. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for question?
He's required to.
Thank
Senator
you.
from Shawnee, Senator Hensley.
Thank you. I noticed this is a considerable increase to the base state aid. How does this impact small schools or schools with declining population?
Senator from Shawnee.
I think it would impact them very favorably.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I disagree. I know schools that are losing, and when we increase the base state aid, it sounds like a great equation, but it's not. They lose a larger amount for every student that they lose, and these schools are declining population. This body should consider that when we move forward on legislation. So I will not be supporting this amendment or any amendment that hurts rural schools or schools of declining population.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too will not be supporting this amendment. I do want to speak about the school funding process just in general. When the governor gave us Senate Bill 44, she had the whole entire school budget in there in addition to the latest demand for inflation. Obviously that was very amateurish, and what leadership did was we split the bill in two. We took 44 and we took the inflation piece and turned it into Senate Bill 142, which is sitting in Senator Baumgartner's committee. We took the rest of the budget, which is $4 billion that we've already agreed to in principle with Senate Bill 61, Senate Bill 19, and Senate Bill 423. That's all, for the most part, been agreed to. I realize Senator Kelly has ripped some things out, but we'll put those back in more than likely. But nevertheless, Senate Bill 142, which is the major funding bill, which is 98% of the entire school funding budget, the inflation's only 2%. So we've got the 98% $4 billion budget sitting in Senate Ways and Means where it belongs, and Senator Kirshen's already started working on it, and he'll finish up his work when we get back from turnaround. So we've done a lot of work on these two bills. We've split them apart the way they should have been. We don't need to have a committee working on $4+ billion when we only need to work on policy and the inflation piece. So we've got it structured the way it should be, where we can methodically work through it in the appropriate committees. So we met with the Attorney General yesterday. We laid out our timeline, and he was totally comfortable with it. He said, as long as we don't get too far away from the latest demand of the 90 million-ish, is that it gets much harder to defend, but we assured him that we were going to be right on the penny of the latest demand, so there is no concern there. And like Senator Baumgartner said, now that she's got her education committee work done, it doesn't appear the House is going to be sending us any work, so all of her work will be going that way, and now she can concentrate on the inflation piece and the policy piece. So we're well on our way to getting this sorted out methodically and into the right committee. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Rucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have in my hand the February 5th, 2019 letter from Attorney General Schmidt addressed to the Honorable Anthony Hensley. I invite its content to each of the members of this body. Nowhere in the correspondence, and again I admit that I've quickly read it, Mr. Chairman, but I have quickly read it with a keen eye to the word deadline. The word deadline does not appear here. The word guideline certainly does. And what we have received is an attorney representing the state of Kansas talking with not only the minority leader, but also in the larger sense, addressing the issues of concern to each member in the Senate. He finishes his letter by saying, "I realize the legislature may not meet the suggested timelines. It did not meet our recommendations last year because it has many considerations in addition to optimizing council's ability to fully and properly brief the state's legal opinion. I want to assure you we will do our absolute best to properly prepare and to present the state's position once the legislature acts, whenever that may be. I hope this information is helpful. Sincerely, the Attorney General." The legislature is well informed and well equipped to determine what its course of action will be as it relates to this important matter of funding education. So to rephrase, the timeline to present any legislative position regarding litigation or any other topic should be determined by the members, not by others. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Sedgwick, President Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to add to the words of my leadership team our commitment to respond to this court order in a timely manner, in a very studious manner with legal counsel, in a deliberative manner, in an analytical manner. Right now, before us, we have an education bill that was kicked out by the ordinary education committee that looks at policy. But we do have a select committee on education finance that was formed to respond to the Gannon ruling. They thoroughly review the ruling. They compare notes. Words have meaning, and words have different meanings to different colleagues we have here on the floor. Their intent is to respond in a timely manner, in a deliberative manner with legal counsel. And I think doing this on the floor is clearly inappropriate because the committee needs to analyze and thoroughly review the court's latest ruling. The leadership team is committed, along with the chair of that committee and the committee members, to respond appropriately, and I think most people will be pleased with the product they come up with, as we were last year, and we passed a product over to the House. So I just don't think this is not an ordinary bill that you bring and that you amend on the floor. We are in litigation, and the Supreme Court is analyzing every move we make. It's not appropriate to amend this on the floor. It's much more appropriate to respond to the court in a very deliberative and analytical manner, and we promise that will happen quickly.
Further questions on the Hensley Amendment or comments? Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Throughout this amendment, you see the term unencumbered balance. Would the senator from Shawnee have the total number of unencumbered balance for the 286 school districts?
Senator from Shawnee.
No.
Senator from Cowley.
I'm not sure this is the correct number, but the number that I have found was $2.1 billion for the 286 school districts, and that has been rising at the rate of $100 million a year for the last 5 years. Are we planning on using any of that money in this amendment?
Senator from Shawnee.
The money that's in this amendment is money from the state general fund.
Senator from Cowley.
The money I'm speaking of is already in the schools funds and hasn't been used. It's been increasing by, again, $100 million a year. Is there a possibility of using that $2.1 million?
Senator from Shawnee.
I did not do that in this amendment. I'm using general fund money.
Thank you, but I misspoke just a moment ago. I said 2.1 million. It was $2.1 billion. So I just want to make sure that when they use the term unencumbered balance, that we're talking about the money in the state general fund or in the schools funds. Thank you.
Further question or comment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The discussion about SGF rattled my memory a bit. So when I read the long memo from the Consensus Revenue Estimating Group, they're estimating $194 million in new tax receipts from last year to this year, $194 million. The Senate Bill 423 was $102 million, and then the latest demand is $93 million. So that equals $195 million. So I think the body, we've committed to give 100+% of all new tax collections coming into the state to satisfy the court demand. I think that's a very serious commitment that we've made, and it should speak to our commitment to finally get this litigation settled if we're willing to give 100% of everything that the state can produce in an entire fiscal year to satisfy the court's demand. I think that's very impressive for the body to make that type of commitment. Thank you.
Further question or comment? We're on the Hensley Amendment. Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you. First, let me assure the senator from Lyon that this is not a get and go. This amendment is on top of the bill itself. It leaves the provisions of Senate Bill 16 intact. And I do support Senate Bill number 16. It was a bill that I felt was appropriate to bring to the floor of the Senate, a school finance plan that we could at least begin the discussion on, a discussion that we have not yet had. The other thing that I'll comment about with the senator from Lynn, I've always believed that the base state aid per pupil was the linchpin of any school finance formula because it impacts every single school district and every student in Kansas. And the more we can do to increase the base state aid per pupil, I think is the best that we can do in terms of funding schools and in helping individual students. It helps every single school district in Kansas, large or small. As to the Attorney General's letter, the senator from Shawnee wrote or read, I too have the same letter in front of me. And if you read in the third paragraph, he says, in the event the legislature chooses to provide funding for an inflation adjustment and makes no other changes to the school finance statutes, then the scope of the issues that must be presented to the Supreme Court is likely to be significantly narrower than last year. And so he says, it would seem to me we could properly prepare the state's briefing if the new enactment becomes law by March the 15th, 2019. Now, you can call that a deadline, a timeline, a suggestion, or whatever the case may be, but it's there, March the 15th. And then he goes on to say in the next paragraph, on the other hand, if the legislature were to decide to make other material changes in school finance law, or if the legislature and governor were to disagree about the appropriate enactment this year, then I would respectfully request enactment into law by March 1, 2019. So he sets a different deadline, timeline, whatever you want to describe it as. That's exactly what I asked him to put into writing, and I appreciate the fact that he did. And yes, he is the attorney that will be representing us. I think we reached a very good commitment last year when we passed Senate Bill 61. I think at the end of the day, we set up a 5-year plan. We need to keep our commitment. And a word that I've heard is, and this doesn't necessarily come from this chamber, but the other chamber, is they would just as soon, honor maybe the first 3 out of the 5 years. Well, I disagree with that. That's another body's legislative leadership who's talking about that. That's been brought to my attention. We have a 5-year commitment. We made that commitment. I voted for Senate Bill 661, as did most people in this body. Supreme Court has said it's acceptable. The plan is acceptable. But you have to now build in an inflation factor. That's what this amendment is attempting to do, at least in the first 2 years. It's not a 4-year deal. The Supreme Court would much prefer that, I'm sure, as would the plaintiffs in the case and the organization that represents them, Schools for Fair Funding. It's a 2-year deal. It's the same as what the governor proposed, but the fact that it is an additional $89 million in the second year. And as I said earlier, it is a good faith effort. When you have a bill up on the floor of the Senate that you're going to, have on general orders, you got to pick your opportunities. Every one of us have to pick our opportunities if we decide we want to offer an amendment. And that's what I'm doing today, is I'm exercising my right as a member of the Kansas Senate to present a school finance plan. I've done this for a long time. Actually, I was in the classroom for 43 years, and I've been up here for 43 years. So in terms of advocating for students and for school districts, I take this very seriously. And that's why I bring this amendment to the floor. It's not a get and go. I know some of you don't like the process, but it is what it is. I have the right to offer this amendment on the floor, and I would ask you to support it. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on my amendment. If I can get
So I'll take that
hands.
as a motion, and a roll call has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, roll
I would
call.
so move the amendment. Thank you.
Roll call's in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Berger,
I vote no on the amendment, not because I don't support school finance, but I support the process we have in the Kansas Legislature. Part of the thoroughness that we have is going through the committee process, having bills thoroughly vetted. Something as significant as school finance, making up over 50% of our budget, deserves to have a thorough hearing within committee and brought to this body for an action, not through an amendment process. I would expect that we have something to vote on by March 15th. I vote no.
Do as you have your remarks spread on the journal. So ordered.
Bellinger, Boyer, Bowers, Braun, Denning, Dahl, Estes, Boscadeau, Francisco, Givens, Goddard, Haley, Hardy, Hawk, Hensley, Hildebrand, Holland, Kirshen, Longbine, Lynn, Masterson, McGinn, Miller, Olson, Peterson, Petty, Pilcher Cook, Pyle, Rucker, Skubal, Sullentrop, Sykes, Taylor.
Senator from Stafford, Senator Taylor.
I vote no, but I would like to, with his permission, add the remarks of Senator Berger to my vote.
So ordered.
Tyson, Wagle, Ware, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
The senator from Douglas is on his way to vote, Mr.
Very good. While we are waiting, does anybody wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Skubal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to join the remarks from the senator from Reno.
So ordered. Senator from Labette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to join the remarks of the senator from Reno.
So ordered. Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With his permission, I would like to join the remarks of the senator from Reno.
So ordered. Senator from Shawnee, do we have an ETA on the senator from Douglas? Oh, as we speak. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland. And has every senator now had an opportunity to vote? See no explanation, clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Twelve having voted in favor, 28 against. The motion to amend fails. We're back on the bill. Further question or comment for the senator from Miami on Senate Bill 16? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Senate Education Committee did believe that Senate Bill 16 was important. We have spent a little bit of time this afternoon talking about the courts, and one of the things that the Supreme Court did tell us is in our funding, we need to be doing specific things to address the needs of those 25% of our kids that are at risk. It's my belief and the belief of the committee that the passage of Senate Bill 16 will help in that manner. And so I move that when the committee rises and report Senate Bill 16 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Please turn your attention now to Senate Bill 68 for the purposes of carrying the bill, and looks like we do have a committee report. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson. On Senate Bill 68, committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Report's adopted. Back on the bill. Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 68 is a follow-up from the Wireless Siting Act that was passed in 2016, passed with large bipartisan support in both chambers. Helps to increase the speed of deployment of small cell technology, ensured that there was right-of-way control by our cities, and moving forward. We got that bill done. It was great. Then all of a sudden, some of the cities started requiring franchise agreements. That's what the necessary of 68 is they're wanting to require franchise agreements on wireless, and the Kansas Franchise Act was silent on that. The bill before you attempts, lost my spot here, attempts to ensure that we're going to have quick deployment, that the cities can't do a franchise agreement, but yet they can recover cost, excuse me, Mr. Chair, and ensure that the city has right-of-way. The committee amended this to address the concerns, to get it through the process. Excuse me. Get this through the process and make sure that we had a good bill. While the amendments put on in committee were not agreed upon, it got it moving forward, and the parties got together and continued discussing. They discussed, they came up with an agreement that brings the cities back to neutral. With that, I have an amendment.
Turned in and have a number?
It has been turned in, and I don't need to have it read. It's 1184.
We'll pause for just a minute. Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, what it does, it clarifies a lot of the concerns that were expressed by our committee, even better than the amendment. I believe they created a small cell deployment agreement, which allows the cities to guarantee the right that they have control over the right-of-way, over the deployment, and where they move. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Back on the bill. Any questions on the underlying bill, Senate Bill 68? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move in the committee rise and report Senate Bill 68 favorable for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson. Majority Leader Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Denning, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders, with Senator Bowers in the chair. Recommended Senate Bill 60, Senate Bill 63, Senate Bill 67, Senate Bill 82, Senate Bill 90, House Bill 2001 be passed. Senate Bill 15, Senate Bill 16, Senate Bill 94, and Senate Bill 97 be amended by the adoption of the committee amendments, and the bills be passed as amended. Senate Bill 78 be amended by the adoption of the committee amendments, be further amended on motion of Senator Francisco, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 128 be amended by the adoption of the committee amendments, be further amended on motion of Senator Givens, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 68 be amended by the adoption of the committee amendments, be further amended on motion of Senator Peterson, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 62 be amended by the adoption of the committee amendments, recommending a substitute bill, and the substitute bill be passed.
The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. Messages from the House. The clerk will read.
Announcing passage of House Bill 2215 and House Bill 2365. House Bill 2215, an act concerning the Kansas State Fair Board. House Bill 2365, an act concerning civil procedure and civil actions.
This constitutes introduction of those bills previously read. At this time, I am withdrawing Senate Bill 122 from the Committee on Ways and Means and re-referring to the Committee on Public Health and Welfare. I am withdrawing Senate Bill 157 from the Committee on Ways and Means and re-referring to the Committee on Judiciary. And I am withdrawing Senate Bill 168 from the Committee on Ways and Means and re-referring to the Committee on Commerce. Are there announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator from Ford, Senator Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Tomorrow morning, being Wednesday, will be Dave Depew's Capitol Commission Bible Study at 7 a.m. in 142 South.
Are there additional announcements? Now the chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Let the body know how tomorrow will play out. Senate Republicans will caucus at 8:30 a.m. in our normal room, 548 South, and then we will gavel in at 10 a.m. and we'll finish up the bills that will be on general orders in just a couple of hours, and once we get that finished, we'll publish it in standard fashion.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will meet to review the bills on general orders tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. in our regular room, 287 North.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, February 27th, 2019.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The Senate is adjourned.